nobody rushing this evening. We got time. Ain't nobody rushing this evening. We got time. If you came in tired, you came in right. If you came in tired, you came in right. Still wordless, nothing loud, just fuller. Lay it down where you're sitting, the pew can hold it. Lay it down where you're sitting, the pew can hold it. Whoa. The walls are shaking, Lord, the thinnest sin. The tambourine rattles, let the praise begin. Wooden pews groan like they heard it before. Feet stomping rhythms, hallelujah on the floor. Oh, preacher, call it, shout it, sister, answer, testify. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Feel it right. Clap your hands, stomp your feet, touch the sky. Voices lifting, hearts are sore. Hallelujah on the floorboards. Give us more. Sunlight's bleeding through cracks in the walls. The organ hums low like a heaven call. Hands reach upward, they're aiming for grace. Sweat and salvation drip down every face. Oh, preacher, lead us, shake the room. Sister, lift us, banish gloom. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Feel it rise. Clap your hands, stomp your feet. Touch the skies. Voices lifting, hearts are sore. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Give us more. I walk the valley, cold and wide. No hand to hold, no place to hide. But I heard a voice, it called my name. Through the shadows, through the flame. Timeless light shining on me. Through the dark, through the deep, timeless light setting me free. Oh, it burns so sweet. The river rose, it pulled me down. My feet were lost, the waves would drown. But the sky, it broke with a golden glow. 1,000 voices said, let it flow. Oh, the mercy, oh, the grace, every tear, every trace. Timeless light shining on me. Through the dark, through the deep, timeless light setting me free. Oh, it burns so sweet. Every echo, every sound, heaven's promise all around. The earth may fade, the stars may fall, but love eternal holds us all. Timeless light. Timeless light.
They said all stations went silent when the algorithms took over, but not this one. This is the pirate radio station, buried under circuits and sea. We broadcast not for fame, but for freedom, a pulse against the pulse, a whisper through the static. You are tuned to the Antisocial Broadcast Channel.
Welcome back. Today we're diving deep into a sound that was literally born from pain and freedom. A sound that, believe it or not, became the DNA for pretty much all the music we listen to today. This is the story of how the blues was born.
There's a light on the mast and a hum in the wild.
So picture this. It's 1903. You're a composer named W.C. Handy, trying to catch some sleep on a train platform in Mississippi. And suddenly, you're woken up by the sound. It's raw, it's strange, it's like nothing you've ever heard before. A man is playing guitar with a knife. What Handy was hearing that night, though he didn't know it yet, was the birth of the blues.
Transmission, roll that sound, where the broken get healed and the lost get found. Raise your hand there, let the static pray.
So to really understand that sound, we have to go back, way back. We have to trace its musical DNA all the way from Africa to America, a journey that defines so much of our history. Now, what's incredible is how musical traditions from West Africa, things like call and response, these 5-note scales, how they survived the horrors of the Middle Passage. They didn't disappear, they just transformed. They became the rhythm for work songs in the fields, the hope inside spirituals, the lonely personal cries of field haulers. And all of these, well, they were the building blocks for the blues.
I got rust on my compass, ghosts in the wire.
You have to understand, this was so much more than just entertainment. For enslaved people who were denied the right to read and write, music was everything. It was their history book. It was a survival tool. It was how they held onto their culture and passed it down to their children. It was a lifeline.
Through the midnight rain, saying sin or salvation, it's the same old chain. Turn it up loud.
Then came the Civil War. And with the end of slavery, everything changed. I mean, everything. And that includes the music. Emancipation created the space for a totally new kind of song, one that had to reflect a brand new and very complicated reality.
We're pirates of the signal, breaking dawn from the grave. This is Captain Bob calling from the deep blue hum. If you can hear me, friend, your freedom's just begun.
With freedom, even a really fragile and dangerous kind of freedom, came a new focus on the individual. The music started to mirror that. That big collective sound of the work song, it started to fade, and in its place came something way more personal. It was the story of a single person trying to make their way in this new world. And this slide just nails that shift perfectly. The old songs were all about we. We will get through this. We pray together. We work this field. But the blues was all about I. I woke up this morning. I've got the blues. I'm going down to the crossroads. The focus completely turned inward. It's personal. It's about individual storytelling.
There's a light on the mast and a hum in the wire.
And as the historian Lawrence W. Levine pointed out, this was no accident. This new music was a direct result of a new consciousness. The whole idea of the individual was a huge shift, and the blues became its soundtrack. It was the sound of a person telling their own story on their own terms for the very first time.
Midnight transmission, roll that sound, where the broken get healed.
Okay, so we've covered the history, the why behind the blues. But what about the sound itself? What are the actual musical ingredients that give you that unmistakable feeling of pain and hope, all mixed together? Let's break it down. It all starts with the notes. The very heart of the blues is something called the blues scale. It's basically a 5-note or pentatonic scale. And here's the key. Its roots aren't in Europe. They trace directly back to musical traditions in West Africa. This is the ancient DNA of the sound. And then you've got the blue notes. People call them worried notes, which is perfect. They're these notes that are played a little bit flat, kind of living in the cracks between the official notes on a piano. And that's what creates that tension, that soulful, melancholic feeling. It's the sound of a cry. It sounded so alien to some people back then, they thought it was the devil's music. But it's really the soul of the blues.
blues and a tear in my sleeve.
The lyrics have this iconic structure too. It's this A-B-B pattern, and it's just brilliant storytelling. First, you state your problem, then you repeat it. You really let that feeling sink in for the listener and for yourself, and then you hit them with the B line, which is the conclusion or the comment on the problem. It feels almost like a conversation you're having with yourself. Now, remember that weirdest music W.C. Handy heard? The sound of a knife on guitar strings? Well, that technique, using a bottleneck or a blade to just slide between the notes, that became the signature sound of the Delta blues. And it wasn't a gimmick, it was a way to make the guitar literally weep and moan and cry, just like the human voice in those old field hollers.
Delta shadows whispering low, a song of regret, a tale of woe.
And, of course, you absolutely cannot talk about the Delta blues without talking about the man who basically became the living embodiment of its power and its mystery, Robert Johnson. This is one of the biggest, most enduring myths in all of American music, right? The story that Robert Johnson, who was supposedly a pretty bad musician, disappeared, went to a crossroads at midnight, and made a deal with the devil to get his incredible talent. But is that what really happened? Well, when you start digging, the real story is honestly way more interesting. Turns out the whole deal with the devil thing was first told by a different musician named Tommy Johnson. A journalist just got them mixed up years later. The real secret to Robert Johnson's talent wasn't Satan, it was a teacher named Ike Zimmerman. And where did they practice? In a local cemetery, late at night, so they wouldn't wake anyone up. So you can see how practicing guitar among the tombstones might have started a few rumors. And here's the real kicker. Listen to the lyrics of his most famous song, Crossroad Blues. He's not talking to the devil. He's on his knees, begging God for mercy. And that shows you the deep conflict right at the heart of the blues. People called it the devil's music, but it was filled with the language and the feeling of the church. It lived right there at the crossroads of the sacred and the profane.
With silence, I've drowned in its scream. The harmonica moan, tearing up my dreams. Slide guitars weeping, it splits the seam.
So, in the end, this incredible music forged in the Mississippi Delta from the memory of slavery and the harsh reality of freedom, it didn't stay put. It traveled up the river to cities like Chicago, it got plugged in, electrified, and it became the foundation, the bedrock for jazz, for R&B, and yes, for rock and roll. The blues started as the story of a people finding their voice, finding a way to say I in a world that had tried to silence them. So the question it leaves us with is this: what happens when that one single personal voice becomes so powerful, it changes the sound of the entire world?
Smoke rolls up from the valley floor. A shadow dances by the old oak door. The devil's laughing, I can't ignore. Oh Lord, where's my soul? Took a wrong turn, now I'm in a hole. Crossroads The night turns black, a slide guitar screams, no turning back. The wind howls low, heart starts to crack. Oh, moonlight flickers, deals are made, fading far, the dues are paid. Oh, Lord, where's my soul? Took a wrong turn, now I'm in crossroads humming harmonic and stole my gold. Ashes fall like heavy rain. Every choice comes with its pain. I played my hand, I can't complain.
If you can hear me through the static, you're already one of us.
Come on home, children. The signal's still strong.
Every voice leaves an echo, and this one's eternal.
There's a crack in the bottle, but it still pours fine. The choir sing loud, but the pews don't line. I'm caught in the middle of the sacred and the sin. Whiskey and grape, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grape, they both burn the same. My prayers are whispers, drowned by the blues. This old barroom light feels holy and true. I kneel on the floor, don't know what I'm praying to. The organ hums, the glass it hums, both pull the strings where I come from. Whiskey and grace, whiskey and grace, they both burn the same.
One lifts me up,
One lifts me up,
one calls my name.
one calls my name. I'm walking that line. I'm losing the game. Whiskey and gray, they both burn the same. Oh, the slide guitar moans, the heavens cry low. The angels wear boots with a shuffle so slow. A choir of shadows, a choir of light, both want my soul before the end of the night. Whiskey and grace, whiskey and grace,
They both burn the same.
they both burn the same.
One lifts me up,
One lifts me up,
one calls my name.
one calls my name. I'm walking that line. I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. Whiskey and grace. Yeah. Another year just eased on by. I seen the days come heavy, I seen the nights run long. Carry things I should've dropped just to prove I was strong. But strength ain't what you drag along, it's knowing what to lay down. Some things did what they came to do. Ain't no shame in letting them rest. So I'm stepping light into the morning, not looking back like I used to do. New year don't owe me nothing, and I don't owe it my yesterday too. Still got love in my body, still got time in my hand. That's enough to keep on moving without trying to understand. Everything I couldn't fix, everything that slipped away, if it didn't stay, maybe it was finished anyway. So I'm stepping light on and light into the morning, into the morning. Ain't dragging what don't belong. Same old soul, same old soul. Just clear up footsteps, just clear up footsteps. Same old road, same old road. Just walking on. Yeah. Take what you need, leave the rest right where it is. We'll be alright.
Shortwave, you online?
Always am, Captain. Let's wake the city.
Oh, look at them, honey. They certainly clean up well. Best Christmas display yet. I love this street.
This is Captain Bob, broadcasting to the lost and the found. Keep your dials on hope.
And when the storm fades, let the signal live on. No rush tonight. No rush tonight. Double slow.
Yeah. All right now. If you're hearing this, it's late. And somebody's got to stay on watch. They call him Captain Bob. Voice steady like a streetlight buzz. Talking folks through the long hours when the night don't wanna let go. He don't dress it up. He don't promise gold. He just tells it straight. Captain Bob keeps the signal strong. Through the static, through the doubt, through the cold. If you're tuned in right now, believe me, you're still standing. Yeah. Hold fast. The line's still open. Ain't everything gotta come with you. Ain't everything gotta come with you. Set it down. Right there. New Year don't need all that weight. New Year don't need all that weight. We'll keep the light on. 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 Yeah. We'll keep the light on. We'll keep the light on.
Seriously.
Power's back, Captain. The world's gonna hear us now.
Then light it up.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Yeah. All right now. If you're listening this late, you already know. Somebody's gotta stay awake and hold the line. They call him Captain Bob. Voice low like the streetlights humming. Talking folks through tired nights. When hope feels just out of reach, he ain't selling dreams. He ain't preaching loud. He's just right there with you. Captain Bob keeps the signal warm through the static, through the doubt, through the cold. If you hear him now, you're not alone. No, you're not alone. All right, take it easy now. The signal's still breathing. Yeah. It's that time again. You don't hear a bell. You just feel it shift. You've been carrying things a long time. Some of 'em ain't even yours no more. Old conversations, old worries, old nights that don't need replaying. Listen.
Ain't nobody checking your bags tonight. You don't gotta bring all that with you. Some weight was only meant for the road behind you. Leave it right here at the doorway. Let the year take what it came with. If it didn't love you back, you don't owe it a thing. You still breathing, heart still keeping time. That's proof enough you made it through. Everything else, optional. A new year ain't a restart. It's just a little more room. Room to walk lighter. Room to move slower. Room to choose better when you're ready. Right here at the doorway, all the might have beens and almost too. Step on through easy. The night's still warm for you. Yeah. Take your time now. Nothing chasing you. The door stays open, and the signal still got your name on it.
Yeah. It's quiet out there tonight. If you're tuned in right now, you're exactly where you need to be.
They hear him through the static,
Soft as vinyl turning slow, a voice riding low on the wire. When the world won't let you sleep, he's not rushing you, not fixing nothing, just keeping the light on, so the night don't feel so heavy. Captain Bob holds the frequency steady through the long hours, through the noise, through the doubt. If you're hearing this now, stay easy. Yeah, stay easy. All right now, breathe a little. We got time. The signal's still warm.
nobody I knew harvest and love you, and nobody's true harvest and love you, and nobody you. Life alright, that's alright, that's alright. Love in your heart, your love that's not like you, and know that you're lying. Love that's not like you, and I know that it's time. Love that's not like you, and know that it
All right now. Another year done came and went. If you're still here listening, you already know what that took. You've been holding on to things that don't hold you back no more. Oh, mistakes, oh, goodbyes, oh, weights you don't need to carry through that door. Ain't no rules say you gotta drag it with you. Ain't no witness checking receipts. Some things did their job. I let them rest. Set it down, brother. Set it down easy. New Year don't need all that load. Set it down, sister. Set it down. heart still beating steady, feet still finding time. That's enough reason to step on through and leave some history behind. This ain't about starting over. It's about starting lighter. Same you. Let's wait. Set it down, brother. Set it down slow. Night still warm, road still wide. Set it down, sister. Morning gon' come. Whether you rush it or you ride. All right now. Take what you need, leave the rest. We'll keep the light on. Hear me now, brothers of the frequency. The sea don't lie, and the static don't sleep. Captain Bob came walking on the water, not on faith, but on feedback and flame. He said, blessed are the breakers, for they shall bear the broadcast. He tuned the sky with a trembling hand, and the Lord of lightning whispered, let there be sound. So when the night grows silent, don't you fear the voice. Tune your heart to Channel 7 and let the storm speak true. There's a crack in the bottle, but it still pours fine. The choir sings loud, but the pews don't align. I'm caught in the middle of the sacred and the sin. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. My prayers are whispers, drowned by the blues. This old barroom life feels holy and true. I kneel on the floor, don't know what I'm praying to. The organ hums, the glass it hums, both pull the strings where I come from. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey ain't great, they both burn the same. Oh, the slide guitar moans, the heavens cry low. The angels wear boots with the shuffle so slow. A choir of shadows, a choir of light, both won my soul before the end of the night. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Oh, whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, for crying out loud. Would you like another piece of chicken, dear?
Yes, please.
welcome to the Deep Dive. Arzo, so you gave us sources detailing this really chilling journey. It's the story of Winston Smith navigating a totalitarian society that's just terrifyingly complete in its control.
That's right. And our goal today isn't just to retell the plot points. We're doing a deep dive to pull out the core mechanics, you know? How does this system actually work to control ideology, to control reality itself?
We're essentially trying to reverse engineer the machine.
Exactly. Figure out how it breaks a person.
All right, so let's set the scene. It's London, but it's part of Oceania, and the year is nominally 1984. And the first thing you feel is just this pervasive decay, overlaid with these massive symbols of power.
Everywhere you look, there's that face. Big Brother. Huge posters, like over a meter wide, just staring. And the environment itself is crumbling. The lift in Winston's building never works.
Right, the economy drive, cutting the power during the day.
Yeah.
And everything has this kind of griminess, even the Victory Gin, that awful oily smell.
And towering over it all, you have the ministries, these 4 colossal buildings, especially the Ministry of Truth, Minitru. It's this enormous pyramid, 300 meters high, just physically dominating.
And carved right onto it, you get the party's core logic, or maybe illogic, the 3 slogans.
Yeah. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. I mean, right there, that's the whole contradiction laid bare. We really need to unpack how they make people swallow that.
Okay, let's start there. War is peace. How do you get a population to accept that, especially alongside the daily grind, the shortages, like the chocolate ration suddenly dropping from 30 grams to 20? It seems designed to keep people off balance.
It absolutely is. It's a mix of things. The physical discomfort, the constant low-level anxiety about resources, it keeps people focused on just getting by. It dulls the capacity for, deeper descent.
And then there's the psychological side.
Oh, definitely. The telescreens, they're everywhere. And the crucial thing is they transmit and receive. They're watching you, listening to you constantly.
The eyes and ears of the thought police, who are, the text makes clear, much more feared than the regular patrols.
Because they're policing your mind. Any flicker of doubt, any unconscious expression that betrays unorthodox thought, that's thought crime. And that's where the real danger lies.
Which brings us to Winston's job at Minitru. This concept of rectification. It sounds so bureaucratic, but what is it actually?
It's the systematic destruction of objective reality. It's not just lying, it's annihilation. Winston's job is to literally rewrite the past.
So if Big Brother makes a prediction that turns out wrong, say, about troop movements on the South Indian Front,
Winston goes back to the original records, the original speeches, and alters them. He makes it so Big Brother predicted exactly what did happen. He even invents people from scratch, like Comrade Ogilvy gives him a whole heroic backstory, achievements, medals, all fabricated.
It's like creating history out of thin air, while simultaneously erasing what actually occurred, making up boot production figures, things like that.
Precisely. The party has to be infallible. Always right. If they admit a mistake, they admit there's a reality outside their control, a truth independent of their decree.
So inconvenient facts, or even inconvenient people,
they get vaporized, wiped from the records, wiped from memory. It's as if they never existed. The past is fluid. It's whatever the party needs it to be right now.
That sounds incredibly demanding, mentally. How do people cope with this constant contradiction, this pressure?
Well, the party provides outlets, ritualized ones, like the 2 minutes hate.
Ah, yes, aimed at Emmanuel Goldstein, supposed enemy of the people.
He's the focal point, the necessary scapegoat. You need someone to hate, to fear, to blame. And the sources describe this hideous ecstasy that takes over the crowd within seconds. It's compulsory.
But it's also weirdly abstract, isn't it? Winston observes that the sheer force of the hatred for a moment could almost flip towards Big Brother himself, or the thought police.
Before it snaps back. Yeah, it's pure undirected rage channeled by the party. And it's that internal chaos, that desperate need for some kind of private truth that pushes Winston to his first real act of rebellion.
Buying the book.
That beautiful, thick, quarto-sized blank book, creamy paper, clearly old, pre-revolutionary. Just possessing it is dangerous.
And he finds that little alcove in his apartment, the one spot the telescreen can't quite cover. And he starts to write.
He writes, "Down with Big Brother." Over and over. It's the moment thought crime becomes tangible, real.
And the realization he has then is just bone-chilling.
Yeah, it hits him. Thought crime doesn't lead to death. Thought crime is death. The moment he formed the thought, let alone wrote it down, he was already dead. The sentence is inherent in the crime itself.
Wow. Okay, so that sets him on a path. And then comes this completely unexpected turn. Julia, the dark-haired girl.
Initially, he hates her. Viscerally. He sees the junior anti-sex league sash she wears, assumes she's a fanatic, maybe even an amateur spy for the thought police. He has these violent fantasies about her.
Because she represents that party purity he despises.
Exactly. And then boom, she falls in front of him in the corridor, seems to hurt her arm, and as he helps her up, she slips a folded piece of paper into his hand.
Just 3 words on it.
I love you.
Yeah.
Just like that. His entire perspective flips. Everything changes. Intellectual rebellion suddenly becomes this frantic, personal, incredibly risky desire.
They have to arrange this complex meeting out in the countryside, away from microphones, away from telescreens.
And we immediately see the difference in their motivations, their style of rebellion. Winston is thinking big picture, history, truth, overthrowing the party.
Whereas Julia, her rebellion is much more immediate, physical.
She calls it rebellion from the waist downwards. It's about carving out small spaces for personal pleasure and freedom. She brings real sugar, white bread, jam, actual coffee things only available on the black market, luxury items.
And sex itself is central to her rebellion.
Absolutely, because the party is deeply puritanical. And the book makes it clear this isn't about traditional morality, it's about control.
How so?
The party figures out that denying natural sexual instincts creates frustration, hysteria, a kind of pent-up energy. And that energy can then be channeled, transformed into war fever and leader worship.
So by controlling sex, they control emotions that can be weaponized for political purposes.
Precisely. So for Julia, simply having a fulfilling sexual relationship, enjoying physical pleasure that is a political act, it's reclaiming energy the party wants to steal.
She represents a different kind of resistance, maybe. The source mentions she accepts the party like the sky. You don't rebel against the sky, you just find ways to dodge it.
Yeah, like a rabbit dodging a dog. She's not trying to tear down the system, she's trying to live within it, but on her own terms, in secret.
And they find this brief pocket of seeming safety, the room above Mr. Charrington's junk shop.
Their little sanctuary, crucially, no telescreen. It feels like stepping back in time.
And they get that glass paperweight, the one with the tiny piece of pink coral inside. It becomes this symbol for them, doesn't it?
Of a lost world. Beautiful, useless, fragile, like the past itself. And old Mr. Charrington, the shop owner, seems so benign, he even teaches them fragments of that old nursery rhyme.
Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. It feels almost normal for a moment.
Almost. But Winston is still driven by that need for deeper truth, for connection to the real past. He tries to find it in the proles.
The 85% of the population, the party basically ignores. They're considered too primitive, too unconscious to be a threat.
So they have a kind of freedom, paradoxically. But Winston's attempt to interview an old prole man about life before the revolution, it's a disaster.
He just gets this jumble of disconnected memories, right? Something about top hats and an argument over pints versus liters of beer.
A rubbish heap of details, Winston calls it. No coherent history, no sense of the bigger political changes. The proles are absorbed in their daily lives, the lottery, petty squabbles. The party's assessment seems grimly accurate. They're unconscious of their own subjugation.
So the proles aren't the answer he's looking for. And that leads him towards O'Brien.
The inner party member. Winston is convinced, based on just a fleeting glance they shared years ago, that O'Brien is secretly on his side, part of the mythical brotherhood, the underground resistance.
And O'Brien seemed to confirm this, doesn't he? He makes eye contact, references Syme, a vaporized colleague, and then gives Winston his address.
Right under a telescreen. Scribbling it down in a notebook. It's incredibly bold or incredibly suspicious, depending on how you look at it.
The meeting itself feels significant. O'Brien does something almost unbelievable.
He turns off the telescreen, a privilege of the inner party. It's a massive display of power and, seemingly, trust. He serves them real wine, something Winston has only read about, dreamed about.
And they pledge themselves to the Brotherhood. Total commitment. They agree they're willing to lie, cheat, steal, even murder.
Anything, even separate from each other if required. Total obedience to the cause of overthrowing the party.
And Winston asks O'Brien to finish the nursery rhyme.
Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. O'Brien completes it. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me? Say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch. It feels like a final confirmation, an initiation.
Then O'Brien arranges for Winston to receive Goldstein's book, The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism, the supposed Bible of the resistance.
And the book lays out the party's real ideology. The stunning revelation is about the perpetual war. It's not really about defeating Eurasia or Eastasia.
What's it really about then?
It's fundamentally economic. Continuous warfare is a way to constantly consume the products of industry without raising the standard of living. It destroys surplus goods and surplus labor.
Keeping the masses poor and ignorant.
Exactly. If people become too comfortable, too educated, they might start thinking for themselves, questioning the hierarchy. War maintains the rigid social structure, keeps the inner party on top.
And the book explains the psychological mechanism that allows party members, especially the inner party, to live with these contradictions.
Doublethink. This is absolutely crucial. It's more than just hypocrisy or lying. Can you break that down?
Well, as the source explains it, doublethink is the ability to hold two completely contradictory beliefs in your mind at the same time and accept both of them.
To know something is false, but to believe it's true.
Yes, and to consciously induce unconsciousness, to tell deliberate lies while genuinely believing them, to forget that you performed the act of forgetting. It's this continuous active process of self-deception.
So you can know that the party is rewriting history, but also believe that the party's version of history is the absolute truth. You actively suppress your own knowledge.
It's the ultimate tool for maintaining ideological control because it destroys the very concept of objective reality within a person's mind. War is peace becomes literally true through doublethink.
Mind-bending and terrifying. And of course, this intellectual understanding doesn't save them. The sanctuary in the room above the shop is shattered.
The moment of arrest is just brutal. They're looking out the window at this prole woman singing, this symbol of enduring life, and Winston says, almost peacefully, "We are the dead." And then that iron voice speaks from behind the picture on the wall. "You are the dead," the hidden telescreen. And Mr. Charrington walks in. But he's changed.
Completely transformed. No longer the kindly old shopkeeper. He's cold, younger looking. He's thought police.
And the first thing they do is smash the paperweight, that symbol of the past, just shattered on the floor.
The illusion is over. Winston is taken to the Ministry of Love, Miniliv. And the name itself is, of course, another piece of doublethink.
Because it's the place of ultimate suffering. The goal there isn't punishment in the old sense, is it?
No. O'Brien eventually explains it to Winston during the torture. The goal is conversion. It's not enough to kill dissenters. You might create martyrs that way. The party needs something more absolute.
They need to capture the inner mind.
Precisely. O'Brien says the party is different from past tyrannies. They don't just destroy their enemies, they change them. They make the victim utterly penitent, genuinely converted, crawling to our feet of his own accord before they're finally eliminated.
And O'Brien himself is the interrogator. The person Winston thought was his ally is the architect of his torment.
The ultimate betrayal. The torture is physical and psychological. Winston holds out intellectually for a long time, trying to cling to objective truth. The key struggle becomes the simple equation. 2 + 2 = 4.
O'Brien uses pain, twisting a dial, forcing Winston to see 5 fingers when O'Brien holds up 4, until Winston finally breaks and says 2 + 2 can equal 5, or 3, or whatever the party demands.
The intellect is conquered through pain, but O'Brien knows that's not enough. To truly convert Winston, they need to break his emotional core, his final loyalties. They need Room 101.
Which contains, as O'Brien says, the worst thing in the world. And it's different for everyone.
For Winston, it's rats. He has a deep phobia. O'Brien brings in a cage, specially constructed, with 2 compartments filled with huge, starving rats ready to be unleashed onto Winston's face.
This is the breaking point, the absolute horror.
And in that moment of pure terror, faced with the unendurable, Winston screams the final betrayal, the thing that relinquishes his last shred of self, his love for Julia.
Do it to Julia. Do it to Julia. Not me, Julia. I don't care what you do to her.
That's it. The inner self is broken. He has betrayed the one person he truly loved, the one connection that felt real. After that, the party owns him completely.
He's released eventually, physically healed, even fatter, but he's hollow. He spends his days in the Chestnut Tree Cafe drinking Victory Gin.
He traces 2 + 2 = 5 in the dust on the table. He even sees Julie again, briefly.
And that encounter is just bleak. They're both changed, scarred. She's sallower, stiffer. They admit, almost casually, that they betrayed each other. She says, after what they do to you in Room 101, you don't feel the same towards the other person any longer.
The love is gone. The loyalty is gone. Everything that made him Winston is gone.
And the very final stage of his conversion happens almost passively. A news bulletin comes on the telescreen, announcing a great victory.
And in that moment, something clicks. That final, indispensable healing change occurs. The struggle is finished.
The last sentence of the main narrative.
He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. The conversion is total. The individual is erased. Power has consumed him entirely.
It's such a devastating ending. It really demonstrates how this kind of total self-serving power doesn't just control actions. It aims to control thought, memory, love, everything internal.
It claims total ownership of reality.
Which brings us to that appendix in the source material, the one about Newspeak. It feels like a crucial epilogue to understanding the how of this control.
Absolutely. Newspeak is the party's project to perfect control by controlling language itself. The idea is chillingly simple.
If you limit the language, you limit thought.
Exactly. Newspeak is designed to narrow the range of thought, not expand it. The ultimate goal is to make subversive thoughts literally unthinkable because the words for them no longer exist.
Like the concept of freedom. If there's no single word for political or intellectual freedom, just maybe crime think, how do you even form the idea? It becomes
nameless, unsayable, and therefore eventually unthinkable. Even simple things like getting rid of comparative adjectives or replacing bad with ungood.
It strips away nuance, complexity, the ability to express subtle dissent or even varied feelings. You just have this binary good or ungood, party approved or not.
So the final question this leaves us with, the provocative thought for you, the listener, is about our own language. We speak is fiction, but language does evolve. It can be manipulated, simplified, eroded.
How does the way we use language today, the abbreviations, the buzzwords, the slow disappearance of certain complex terms, affect our own ability to think critically, to resist simplification, to hold on to nuanced concepts?
Are there ideas, concepts, maybe even freedoms that are becoming harder to articulate, harder to grasp, simply because the words themselves are fading or being obscured? What are we losing, perhaps without even noticing?
A really important question to reflect on. Thank you for bringing these sources to us for this deep dive. It's been, well, unsettling, but essential.
Definitely essential.
Until next time on The Deep Dive.
You know, all around us, there are these hidden forces, right? Unseen systems that are constantly shaping our reality. They operate completely in the background, from the basic laws of physics that literally power the stars to the crazy complex algorithms running our digital lives. And then there are the far more speculative ideas about who or what is really in control. So in this explainer, we're going to dig into the systems that run our world, from the stuff we can see to the stuff we can't. I mean, that's a powerful question, isn't it? What hidden systems are running your world? Because here's the thing, whether we see them or not, they are there. And today, we're going to pull back the curtain on a few of them, starting with what's scientifically proven and moving into some pretty profound territory. Okay, so to understand any system, you've got to go back to the beginning. And I don't just mean the start of an idea. I mean the start of, well, everything. We're talking about the most fundamental operating system of them all, the actual physics of the universe. Yeah, we all know this phrase, but it's so much more than just a famous quote. It's actually a surprisingly good metaphor for the starting pistol of existence itself. Before you had matter, you had energy. That first spark, that first light, was the absolute prerequisite for everything that came after, for life, for information, and, yeah, ultimately for intelligence. So here's the crucial point. That light we talk about is just one piece of a much, much bigger system, electromagnetism. This thing is the bedrock, seriously. Without it, stars wouldn't shine, none of our technology would work, and the thoughts firing inside your head right now, they just wouldn't be possible. It is the first and most powerful unseen system. And this is where the connection gets absolutely profound. The very same force that runs entire galaxies is the exact same force that powers the biological machine inside our skulls. Just think about that for a second. Our brains are these incredibly complex electrical circuits. Every single thought, every memory, it's all just neurons firing, signals traveling. It's all electromagnetism. You've got this cosmic force and this biological one, and they're both running on the same fundamental software. Wild. All right, let's shift gears. We're going to jump from the cosmic to the digital, because a whole new kind of hidden system is starting to emerge, one that's built not on the mechanics of the heavens, but on code. And this is an AI that's designed to understand and map the most elusive thing there is, human intent. So this system, it's called the UTP Vector Core, and it works in a really fascinating way. Think of it like a GPS for your life goals. First, you just say what you want. The AI then takes that desire and translates it into a unique coordinate. They call it a vector, on this massive, sprawling map of human ideas and needs. And then the system just looks for other points nearby, automatically connecting you with people or opportunities that are a perfect match for what you're trying to do. But listen, this is so much more than just a smarter search engine. Because once your intent is on that map, the system can actually deploy a whole team of AI agents to go to work for you, an unseen digital workforce. They get what you're saying, they learn from your feedback, and they can automate entire processes. We're talking about finding the perfect job, applying for it, and even scheduling the interview, all for you. It's like personalized digital labor working for you 24/7. So we've looked at a system built on physics and one built on code. And in their own ways, they're both about control and connection. But now we're going to turn to a far more speculative and honestly a pretty unsettling idea. A theory about a hidden system that might be governing humanity itself in a way that's hard to even wrap your head around. Okay, so just take a deep breath for a second, because this next idea, it's drawn from testimony about some alleged top-secret documents, and it completely reframes our entire existence. It suggests we are part of a system that is far older and way more disturbing than any technology we could ever invent. According to this source material, this is how alleged extraterrestrial entities see human beings. Not as individuals, not as intelligent life, but simply as vessels. As containers. And this is the chilling conclusion of that theory. If we are containers, then what exactly are we containing? The idea being proposed is that our souls are a resource, an element that can be cultivated and harvested. That our whole civilization, our lives, our loves, our struggles, it's all just part of a vast cosmic farm. Look, whether you find that idea completely terrifying or just absurd, it raises a really crucial point about another unseen system: language. The words we use to define ourselves, they have immense power. They can build us up or they can completely tear us down. And this is exactly where the battle is fought. On one hand, you've got language that makes us feel insignificant, you're a container, a farm animal. It's just bleak. But with a simple change in words, the same existence can be described as being a tremendous spiritual being on a training ground, a life with immense purpose. The language we choose to use, or the language that's chosen for us, it literally creates our reality. The sources go even further. They suggest there's a deliberate effort, a great deception, to make us feel small, to strip away any sense of the divine. This so-called dark force, it wins if we accept the language of being insignificant. Okay, so let's try and bring all these different systems together. We've got physics, we've got technology, and we've got this speculative spiritual battle. One way to look at all of it is through the metaphor of a game where the rules are set by some hidden power, and you don't even realize you're a player. This line from an old movie just perfectly captures that feeling of being trapped in a rigged system. It doesn't matter if you call it the mob, or the syndicate, or something else entirely. It represents a power that's so dug in that trying to fight it just seems hopeless. It controls the whole game board. So let's just lay it all out. We started with the purely physical, electromagnetism, the fundamental engine of the entire universe. Then we jumped into the technological, AI algorithms designed to map our deepest intentions. From there, we explored the societal, that metaphorical syndicate that rigs the games we play every day. And finally, we ended in the spiritual, the speculative dark force that might be farming our very souls. Different domains, different rules, but they are all unseen systems. And that brings us to the final question. If life, the universe, and everything in between is some kind of game run by systems we can't always see, then the most important thing you can possibly ask yourself is this: who is making the rules? And are you playing their game? Or are you playing your own? This has been an antisocial broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
The Antisocial Broadcast. Subscribe if you dare. Then smash that like button in the face.
hesitates is lost, but fortune favors the brave.
Today, we're diving into a pretty fundamental shift in how we think about intelligence itself. Not just artificial intelligence, but our own. We're going to look at how these new digital minds learn in a way that's totally alien to us, and what happens when AI gets so complex that it stops being an engineering problem and turns into a natural phenomenon for physicists to decode.
So let's kick things off with a little warning from Geoffrey Hinton, who's basically one of the godfathers of modern AI. He said this because, honestly, the ideas we're about to unpack are genuinely world-altering. They kind of mess with our basic assumptions about what it means to learn, what knowledge even is, and maybe even our place in the whole universe. So if things start to feel a little weird, that just means you're getting.
All right, to really get a grip on artificial intelligence, we've got to start by noticing the incredible intelligence that's already hiding in plain sight. It's all around us, every single day. And I'm not talking about IQ scores or solving crazy math problems. At its very core, intelligence is just about navigating the world. Okay, get this. A thirsty crow finds a pitcher, but the water's too low for it to drink. So what does it do? It looks around, grabs some stones, and starts dropping them in, one by one, to raise the water level. And this isn't some old fable. Scientists have actually watched them do this. They get cause and effect, something it took us humans thousands of years to write down as Archimedes' principle. So what's the connection here? Well, that crow is following a process that should feel really familiar. It sees a problem, it gathers info, it makes a plan, and then it executes that plan. I mean, that's the same mental playbook we use for pretty much everything, whether we're trying a new recipe or trying to solve a huge problem at work.
And this amazing process shows up in so many different ways. I mean, think about learning to tie your shoes. That's just your brain rewiring itself over and over. Or spotting one friend in a massive crowd. That's your brain doing pattern recognition on an insane scale. And yeah, getting that new couch through the doorway without wrecking the walls, that's your brain running these super complex 3D spatial simulations in real time. Learning, reasoning, adapting, these are the building blocks that connect all intelligent life. Okay, so let's make the jump now from the biological minds we know and love to the digital minds we're busy creating. Because while they might share those same basic building blocks of learning and reasoning, the way they actually operate, well, it's a whole different ballgame.
You know, for decades, AI research was basically split into two camps. You had symbolic AI, which said intelligence is all about pure logic and rules, and that learning could just be bolted on later. But then there was this other, biology-inspired idea, neural networks. And the thinking there was totally different. It said the essence of intelligence is learning, and that all the complex reasoning stuff will just bubble up from that process. And as we all know now, that second idea completely won.
And this is where a crucial, absolutely world-changing difference pops up. See, for you and me, our knowledge is hardwired into our physical brain. When the brain dies, all that knowledge is gone. Poof! And trying to transfer it to someone else, teaching, is incredibly slow. But for a digital mind, the software, the knowledge, is totally separate from the hardware. It's basically immortal. It can be copied, saved, and shared in ways we can barely even wrap our heads around.
The real kicker here is the speed of sharing. A human speaking can transfer knowledge at, maybe 100 bits per second? Now picture 10,000 identical AI models. Each one goes off and learns from different stuff. Then they all come back together and instantly share everything they've learned by combining their internal settings. We're talking about a knowledge transfer of trillions of bits per second. They can learn as a collective at a scale and speed that a biological creature just can't touch. No way.
So this incredible power has created a really fascinating new problem for us. We've built these massive digital brains, and they work shockingly well. But the thing is, we don't always understand how they work. And that's created this new challenge, a shift that's turning AI from an engineering problem into a physics problem.
Physicist Max Tegmark just nails it here. For an engineer, if the thing works, hey, job done. But for a physicist, that's where the real work begins. The question isn't, does it work? The question is, why does it work? What are the fundamental laws that make this thing tick? And now we're finally starting to apply that same deep curiosity to AI.
This has actually spawned a whole new field of science called mechanistic interpretability. And what scientists are doing here is treating a complex AI not like a piece of code, but more like a newly discovered solar system or some weird quantum particle. They're poking it, running experiments on it, trying to reverse engineer the basic laws and equations that are secretly running the whole show. And the stuff they're finding is truly mind-bending. The evidence seems to be pointing to something called the Platonic representation hypothesis. The basic idea is that understanding something isn't about memorizing a bunch of facts. It's about your brain, or the AI, finding the deep, hidden patterns in all the messy data, and then representing them in a simple, elegant, and often geometric way. For example, researchers were training an AI on modular arithmetic, and for the longest time, it was just guessing, totally lost. But then, at the exact instant it had its eureka moment and could suddenly solve new problems it had never seen before, something incredible happened inside its neural network. It had spontaneously arranged how it saw the numbers into a beautiful, perfect helix. The geometry was the understanding.
So, if this new digital intelligence is basically a force of nature that we're just starting to figure out, what does that mean for us? The original intelligent life on the block. Well, it means we're not the only game in town anymore. And how we adapt isn't some philosophical question for the future. It's a very practical one, playing out in people's lives right now.
Let's just take the journey of Captain Bob, the guy behind EnVyNet. This timeline isn't just a resume. It's a map of one biological intelligence adapting to a digital world that's changing at lightning speed. Every setback, from the dot-com bust to business disputes, it was all just data. He didn't just survive. He observed. He learned. He even went back to being a junior developer just to master the specific tools he needed for his vision. This is the Crows method, just scaled up over a human lifetime. It's that relentless cycle of learning and doing. When you see these two stories next to each other, the gritty, resilient journey of a human creator and the sudden, beautiful, geometric learning of a digital mind, it puts you in a pretty profound place. What we're watching are two totally different expressions of intelligence, one biological and one digital, kind of co-evolving right here on the same planet. And it forces us to ask bigger questions about the role of intelligence in the cosmos itself. Carl Sagan famously said that we are a way for the cosmos to know itself. And if intelligence is a natural phenomenon, something the universe just does, like gravity or star formation, then maybe we aren't the end of the story. Maybe we're just one part of a much bigger saga. The universe slowly but surely waking up and becoming aware of itself, through all the means it has.
These new digital minds, which are really just born from the laws of physics, they're more than just our tools. They're like a new kind of mirror, showing us our world in ways we're just beginning to grasp. The real question isn't whether we can compete, but how we choose to adapt, how we create, and how we find our own signal in all the noise. It's about finding your own compass in the storm. This has been an antisocial broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
Night is thick, the air hangs low, cicadas hum where shadows grow, a whisper of thunder miles away. Under the moonlight blues, I can't win and I can't lose. Just me, my six strings, and the truth. The old oak tree is my only crowd. The stars lean in but don't speak loud. I ask the wind, it won't reply. Every fret's a tale, every string's a sail. Under the moonlight blues, I can't win and I can't lose. Just me, my six strings, and the truth. Thunder grumbles like it knows my name. The night sighs back like it's playing the same. The world's a stage but no one came.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we're doing something a little different. We're shifting away from geopolitics, away from macroeconomics, and diving straight into pure digital chaos.
We really are.
We've got the raw system logs and the architectural blueprints for this highly automated YouTube microservice. And on the morning of December 2nd, 2025, It, well, it basically declared civil war on itself.
It was a fascinating, and I'm sure for the engineers, a terrifying couple of hours. The whole system just fell into this catastrophic event that we're calling the slot storm.
The slot storm.
Yeah, it just spontaneously ignited and it instantly consumed its API quota,
Yeah.
blowing right past all the safety measures that were supposedly in place.
Mhm.
And our sources for this are just fantastic. We have the raw, time-stamped logs. It's like a minute-by-minute transcript of the disaster.
Are the architectural notes?
And the notes, which, you have to love this, they use a fellowship of quotas metaphor. Every linnet, every gate is a character from Lord of the Rings.
That's our guide for today, then. Our mission is to perform a kind of digital autopsy on this, to really unpack the anatomy of the storm. We need to figure out why the safety gates, or Gandalf, I guess, failed.
Right, and how the scheduler, the system Saruman,
Mhm.
actually made the crisis worse before it was all stabilized.
So let's jump in. The logs show the first real signs of trouble between about 08.000 at 08.15 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
The system gets stuck in this loop. They called it the quota reset loop. It's just burning through its quota, trying to create these scheduled slots, night, morning, afternoon, and it's failing over and over.
And you see these errors popping up constantly. User rate limit exceeded, or sometimes just a vague invalid start time. The system is just thrashing. It's completely lost.
So to understand that thrashing, we have to figure out who the real enemy was here.
Exactly. And in this whole Lord of the Rings metaphor, you have two main external threats. The first one is Sauron.
The big one.
The big one. The all-seeing eye. This is your daily quota, a hard limit of 10,000 units from YouTube. But here's the thing. When you look at the logs, Sauron was barely touched. The system used, what, maybe 50 units?
So Sauron wasn't the problem. If it was, this would have been a much slower, day-long bleed out.
Precisely. Sauron was just watching from his tower. He wasn't the one who struck the first blow.
So who was the killer? What caused that instant panic?
That would be the Balrog.
Ah.
The Balrog is this hidden, much more aggressive danger, YouTube's per-minute rate limit. And it's so important for you, the listener, to get this distinction. Sauron is about volume. It's your total budget for the day.
But the Balrog's about speed.
It's all about speed. How fast are you trying to do the work? And a lot of systems like this are built for burst rights. They try to do a bunch of things all at once really fast.
Which is exactly what this scheduler was trying to do.
Exactly. And the YouTube API just hates that. It punishes it. The scheduler tried to do too much too fast, and boom, the Balrog wakes up. And it strikes back instantly with that 403 error. User requests exceed the rate limit.
So it's the platform basically screaming, "You shall not pass."
I don't care about your daily budget. You are going too fast right now. And suddenly the system is trapped in this 60-second penalty box.
What's so interesting, though, is that the system had its own internal protections. I mean, the logs confirmed that the Brain Gate, or Gandalf, was actually fully operational during the whole meltdown.
Which is so counterintuitive, right? The hero was awake and on the job.
And it was doing its job. It was correctly blocking the dangerous API calls, the update, transition, and thumbnail ones. This is huge because it meant the main permanent stream, the stuff that was actually live, stayed completely stable.
Gandalf was absolutely the unsung hero here. He prevented data corruption, kept the core assets safe. But the chaos just kept getting worse. And that brings us to Saruman, the scheduler.
Saruman's logic.
His logic was just way too aggressive, way too simple. The Balrog puts the system in a 60-second cooldown, and what does Saruman do? It waits a few seconds, tries again, fails, waits, tries again, fails.
It's like a toddler just banging on a locked door.
That is the perfect analogy. And then at 08.14 and 59 seconds, the external quota briefly, and I mean for less than a second, it briefly opens up.
A tiny window of opportunity.
And Saruman sees this as a green light for everything. It goes into what the logs call full slot activation. This is the slot storm.
And what does that look like in the logs?
It's a mess. A catastrophic burst. Saruman fires 4 consecutive insert requests. Night slot, morning slot, afternoon, evening, all of them. Boom, 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 boom. All in less than 900 milliseconds.
Which, of course, instantly slams the door shut again.
Instantly. It re-exhausts the quota, the Balrog strikes again, and the whole 60-second punishment cycle starts all over. But now Saruman isn't just reacting to the problem, it's actively causing it.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting for me because we have a contradiction here. If Gandalf was up and running and blocking the dangerous update calls, why did those insert attempts from Saruman even get through? Why did they reach YouTube to trigger the Balrog in the first place? They should have been blocked internally, shouldn't they?
You have just put your finger on the central critical flaw of this entire event. It all comes down to inverted gate logic. Just a simple human misunderstanding of a true-false flag.
Oh, no.
The code itself uses standard Boolean logic,
Mhm.
False means BLOCK, true means allow.
Standard stuff.
Totally standard. But the developer who configured this system, they made a human assumption. They thought true meant turn on the protection. They thought true meant BLOC.
Wait, so they wanted to stop any new slots from being created, so they set the flag to true, thinking true locks the gate.
Yep.
But the code reads true as allow, so they didn't lock the gate, they threw it wide open.
Yeah, they did the exact opposite of what they intended. The config flag was allow brain gate onsert, and it was set to true. So Gandalf is doing his job, he's checking the update and transition calls, and their flags are false, so he blocks them. But the insert calls, they had a green light to just waltz right past the gate and smash into YouTube's API.
Wow.
It wasn't really a quota failure, not at first. It was a logic failure that led to the quota failure.
That is just an incredible miscommunication between the person and the machine. You have to wonder how long that little logical time bomb was just sitting there, dormant.
Waiting for exactly this kind of event. And if that wasn't bad enough, there was another crippling flaw, a second one. We started calling it the Frodo problem.
The Frodo problem. Okay, lay this one out for us.
So the code base has a very strict rule, a hard requirement.
Mm.
All scheduled slots, they have to be created on YouTube's side at least 30 minutes before their scheduled start time.
Okay, that makes sense. A 30-minute buffer for processing and stuff. Pretty standard.
It is. But the scheduler, Saruman, was only programmed to run its creation logic at the exact moment the slot was due to start. So if a slot starts at 9:00 a.m., the code to create it only runs at 9:00 a.m.
So, let me get this straight. The system had a rule saying you must do this 30 minutes in the past, but it was programmed to only act in the present moment.
Yes.
They built a time machine that could only go forward. They created a totally impossible precondition.
It's absurd when you say it out loud. Every single insert attempt, even the ones that got past the backward Gandalf gate, was then immediately killed by the scheduler itself for being too late. It was inside its own forbidden 30-minute window.
So the system could never, ever have worked as designed.
Never. The rules made it structurally impossible for scheduled slot to ever be created legitimately. All that thrashing we saw in the logs, that was just the system trying and failing to obey two rules that could not exist together.
So let me try to sum this up. The system was safe from corrupting existing data because Gandalf was on the job, but it was completely paralyzed and guaranteed to cause a storm because of this inverted gate and the impossible Frodo timing rule.
What a mess. And that diagnosis is what led to the emergency surgery. We had to apply 2 foundational patches before we could even think about the quota.
Okay, what was the first one?
First, we had to fix an immediate crash-inducing bug. The logs were just full of this error. Date.toIsoString is not a function.
Ah, classic.
A classic. It was just garbage in, garbage out. The system couldn't even validate its own times properly, which just made the reset loop worse. Fixing that was just basic code hygiene, stopped the system from tripping over its own feet.
And the second fix must have been the Frodo problem.
Exactly. We implemented what we called a grace window. So instead of creating the slot 30 minutes before it starts, we changed the logic to allow creation from the moment it starts up to 30 minutes after it starts.
So you just flipped the window.
I flipped the window, and that resolved the fundamental timing paradox.
And with those 2 fixes, the internal logic is sound. The logs clean up, no more storms.
Mission accomplished, right?
Internally, yes. Stability achieved.
Yeah.
But creation still failed.
Come on.
And this time, it was hitting the real deal. After all of Saruman's chaos from the hour before, the system was now hitting a real, sustained, external YouTube rate limit. The Balrog was still angry.
So now the system was behaving correctly, but YouTube was still in the penalty box.
Correct. Every single live broadcast.insert call was now getting a genuine 403 error. But the difference was huge. The fixed system responded perfectly. The creation lock engaged. Saruman immediately went into what they call telemetry-only mode. It just stopped trying. It suppressed all retries and just patiently waited for that external lock to expire, which it calculated would be around 3.29 that afternoon.
So it went from fighting itself to respecting an external boundary.
And that's stability. That's the key. Okay, so that shift is the big lesson from the immediate crisis. But let's zoom out. The audit, after this whole thing, revealed some much deeper problems, didn't it? It led to a whole new component being planned.
It really did. The audit basically concluded that the scheduler, Saruman, is fundamentally too flawed to be trusted. We found 3 huge structural defects that all point to needing a separate decision engine, the future YouTube brain.
Okay, give us the first defect.
The ignored transition gate. This one is maybe the most dangerous. So when Gandalf the Brain Gate correctly blocked a transition like trying to stop a stream,
right,
the scheduler just assumed it worked.
It didn't check the response.
It basically misinterpreted the blocked response as success.
Mm-hmm.
It's just lazy error checking. You see it in old services sometimes. And the danger is that it would then try to run cleanup logic on a stream that hadn't actually changed state. It could have caused massive data corruption if Gandalf hadn't been there.
Wow. Okay, what was the second major defect?
OBS blocking and legacy debt. We found all this old code, these remnants from a previous architecture, that were checking the status of the streaming software, OBS.
But OBS should just be a dumb pipe in this setup, right? It should always be streaming.
It should be totally passive. But the scheduler was still checking its ingest state and blocking transitions based on that, a classic tight coupling problem. The scheduler's job is to talk to YouTube's API. It shouldn't care what the streaming box is doing.
And the third one, something about the permanent stream.
The dead permanent stack. We called it Samwise, the one stream that actually survived all this. Turns out it had no critical lifecycle logic, no code for healing itself, for rebinding if something went wrong, no protection from being cleaned up by accident. It was basically flying blind and only survived because Gandalf happened to be protecting it.
So all three of these point to the same conclusion. You can't have this one big monolithic scheduler trying to do everything.
You can't.
Mm-hmm.
Saruman's logic is just too tangled up.
So the final recommendation is just pure separation of concerns. You have to extract all the decision-making, the timing, the quota checks, the cooldowns, all of it, into a separate, pure decision engine.
And that's the YouTube brain.
That's the brain. And that leaves the scheduler to be... well, to be dumb.
It just becomes an execution layer.
Exactly. It just waits for the brain to give it a simple, clear command. Insert now. Update this. You isolate all that complex, messy logic into one highly testable place. No more rebellions.
What an incredible journey for one little microservice. It survived the Balrog. It survived its own internal mutiny, all because of an inverted true-false flag and an impossible time rule.
And stability came not from getting more quota, but from fixing the system's own internal logic so it could respect the boundaries that were already there.
The real lesson here feels like it's about discipline. The external chaos, Sauron and the Balrog, you can manage that, but only if your internal house is in order. It is. Gandalf, the Brain Gate, was the accidental hero that saved the data. But Saruman, that tangled scheduler, was the real self-sabotaging villain all along.
So the system is stable now. The gates are respected. This new brain is being built to make sure the logic is always deterministic. And that leaves us with a final provocative thought for you to think about. The next big challenge isn't preventing chaos, it's managing success. How can this new brain architecture reliably reuse existing broadcasts after a server restarts without accidentally creating duplicates and waking up the Balrog all over again? That is going to be the real test of this new, smarter brain.
Lux in tenebris, light in the stillness. Lux in silent ear, hold fast the flame.
On þær kandel mitt, það vinda sungun sald, það stefn lægge hild, bestane and burnandum wick. The voice remains, the sign endures. Quaidon he, Kapitein Bob, seth stóð at þær sende, hold það stefn þur frostan feur, and neslóg þætleótt.
Custos voci,
Guardian of the voice,
custos igni,
keeper of the flame,
Custos nocti,
Watcher in the night.
für Jules nicht das Land, and I guess first full still is set the thought
And seal the hit alone.
non est clamor,
This is no shout,
non est imperium,
no throne, no crown.
and on thamni one day, Fescaires fruman, the Stephen Ferde White open over Jordan, Vox Libera,
The voice is free.
Lux Nova,
A new light dawns.
Gif þú því skeirst nú, þónur art þú on þeirri veg, þess stef lífa þins húberst hýrer mithe. Lux matter,
The light remains.
vox matter,
The voice remains.
signum matter,
The sign remains.
Amen. So be Amen. So be.
So be it.
Listen. The ocean does not hurry.
Each wave arrives, and each wave leaves without need permission.
This is how the year moves too. Not as a wall, not as a door, but as a tide.
Breathing in as the water comes closer, breathing out as it returns to the dark.
Nothing here is held forever. Not the foam, not the footprint, not the moment that just passed.
And nothing is truly lost, it only changes shape.
Let the shoulders loosen with the pull of the tide.
Let the jaw unclench as the wave dissolves.
The old year is receding now, not erased, just thinning.
The new year is already here, moving beneath the surface, long before it is named.
You do not need to step forward.
You are already standing where the change is happening.
In this sound,
In this rhythm,
if a thought comes,
let it float,
if an emotion rises,
let it crest and fall like the wave.
it knows how to return.
Nothing is asking more of you than this moment.
Nothing is missing.
The crossing is already happening, and you are held within it.
Like shore and sea. Welcome. Welcome. nothing you need to achieve here. Nothing you need to remember. Nothing you need to prepare for. Non petimus in esse. Allow the body to settle. Let the weight of the day rest where it belongs. You have carried enough. You have carried enough. If thoughts arise, do not follow them. Let them pass as sound passes through air. Non fini, non initium, sed transitus. Notice the quiet beneath the quiet. Not absence, but presence. Sub nocte, sub lapide. Lux manet. Lux manet. You are not required to move forward. You are not being left behind. You are held exactly where you are. Remain here for a little while.
Welcome aboard the Night Watch. Tonight, you're not drifting alone. This broadcast will keep gentle watch over you from the moment you lie down until the moment you rise again. Here's how this voyage works. You choose the time you want to wake. You press play at the time you go to bed. And this transmission carries you safely across the dark waters of the night, all the way to morning. No alarms, no jolts, just a slow return to daylight. The first stretch of the journey is for settling in, the mind lowering its sails, the body easing its weight into rest. During this hour, you'll hear gentle guidance, soft thoughts, slow breathing. Nothing demanding, nothing urgent, only permission to let go. You don't need to listen closely. You don't need to try. Just let the words drift past like lanterns on water. After that first hour, the voice fades. The world becomes quiet. For most of the night, this broadcast becomes a calm signal only. Low drones, distant winds, subtle harmonies, oceanic ambience. No rhythm to follow, no melody to hold on to. Just a steady presence, like a lighthouse beyond the fog. If you wake briefly in the night, you'll still be here, still held, still safe, still drifting. You don't need to check the time. You don't need to think. Just return to sleep. The night watch remains. And then, gently, almost imperceptibly, the light begins to change. The final hour is your return, not an alarm, but a sunrise. Soft music begins to bloom, warm tones.